the Office of the President, its attached agencies, and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sonny Angara, to sponsor the same and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we recognize the good sponsor, I just see in the room our distinguished Executive Secretary, former Chief Justice, is with us today. Welcome to your Senate, sir. Maraming salamat sa pagdalo niyo dito. Senator Angara is recognized, the chairman of the committee, together with the minority floor leader, to interpolate the said budget.
Thank
Please
you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Dear colleagues, good morning. Just want to acknowledge, you've mentioned already our distinguished Executive Secretary, former Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin, Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Hubert Guevara, DES Annalisa Logan, DES Amante Liberato, DES Naelia Aguinaldo, DES Rico Judge Echeverry, USEC Leonardo Cervantes, from the PMS, Senior USEC Attorney Elaine Masukat, USEC Rodolfo Palatao the fourth, USEC Crisostomo Beltran, and USEC Mark Jimenez. Thank you. We're ready to accept questions. Mr. President, for the record, the budget of the Office of the President is 10,645,573,000 pesos, Mr. President. And for PMS, it is 812,968,000 pesos, Mr. President, for the record.
I believe first on the list is our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to everyone. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, certainly. Good morning, distinguished Minority Leader.
We'll keep this very brief, Mr. President. It's just some policy questions, or including the policy on how the Office of the President's budget was crafted, Mr. President. According to the budget team, which appeared before us yesterday, their procedure in granting confidential intelligence funds was composed of the first step of the agency requesting for the said funds. So my assumption is that the President, kasi the Office of the President has both confidential and intelligence funds. Pagdating po dun sa confidential expenses, according to the joint circular, which is being used as the authority governing the grant and the use of confidential and intelligence funds, confidential expenses refer to those expenses pertaining or related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency. And I have no issue with the grant of confidential fund to the Office of the President, a civilian government agency with a multi-dimensional, multifaceted operations, responsibilities, and tasks. No problem sa concept of granting. So it's on the reasonableness na lang po ang ating titignan. Okay. My problem is with the intelligence expenses because our own governing document defined this as referring to those related to intelligence information gathering activities of uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners that have direct impact to national security. Dito po ako may issue. I believe that the Office of the President is a civilian office, not a uniformed or military, composed of uniformed and military personnel. And even if it may have some of them, that should not be highlighted because the constitutional policy is we should always highlight civilian supremacy over the military. And I don't think the office of the president is composed of intelligence practitioners. The president himself and as well as his office are consumers of intelligence already gathered and organized by the intelligence practitioners under, which are the agencies, some agencies under the office of the president in the executive branch. So that is actually my question, Mr. President. Why did the office of the president request for intelligence funds and at the level found in the NEP, which is around 2.3 billion pesos, if I remember correctly, Mr. President? Tama ba ako? 2.3 ba?
Kailan siya naging 2.2? 2020. Yeah. The question, Your Honor, is why did the office of the president request for these funds at that level?
Yes. So it's a compound question, Mr. President. The una is why did it ask, and then why at that amount, Mr. President?
That is the amount that you mentioned, Your Honor, is the amount that it's been set for the last 4 years, since 2020. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now for 2024, Your Honor.
So on the why, does the office of the president believe that it is a composed of uniformed military personnel and it is composed of intelligence practitioners, Mr. President?
I think we discussed this during the committee hearing, Your Honor. You raised this point, and the answer given by the executive secretary then is that the president is both the user and generator of confidential and intelligence information. And to make, as the commander-in-chief, he needs to make very crucial decisions. So the importance of information cannot be understated, Your Honor. And the possibility that he gets filtered information should be bypassed or should not be there, Your Honor. He should be the one getting, although perfect information is impossible in this day and age, but he should be receiving as reliable and as good, as wide as possible information, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. President, the President of the Republic is the National Chief Executive. Lahat, control yun eh. The power of the executive branch is actually control, unless I'm mistaken. I will be corrected by our Chief Justice and Attorney Hubert Guevara. I think it's control. So below the President, kung around, let's round off, let's say 10 billion ang total CIF, tanggalin natin si 2.3, below the President would be 7.7 billion pesos worth of confidential and intelligence funds under his control, Mr. President. So, and then, similarly, ang Pilipinas, pinattern naman natin yung system of government natin sa United States of America. President of the United States of America is also the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. Just correct me, sir, if I'm wrong. No? And actually, the President of the United States is just briefed with the intelligence results of his intelligence community under him, around 16 agencies, I think. The intelligence funds go to the 16, not to the office of the President of the United States of America, even though he may be, or he is the Commander-in-Chief of their armed forces. So, ayaw ko kung bakit yung good practices kinokopyahan natin, ayaw natin kopyahin dito sa Republika ng Pilipinas, Mr. President.
Well, I'm not too familiar, to be quite frank, with the U.S. system, Your Honor. But I know they also have what they call the black budget, where certain budgetary expenditures are not disclosed publicly if they refer to spending on classified items, and they're, in fact, unauthorized disclosures are punishable under certain laws, especially if it benefits a foreign government or it's seen to be detrimental to the U.S. government. But although we do borrow a lot of our institutions from the U.S., we also modify them to match or meet local contexts and conditions, Your Honor. So, if you look at our Constitution, for instance, like the U.S. now is facing a shutdown because of the budgetary deadlock. So, hindi mangyayari ho yun sa atin because we have our own innovation. We have the reenacted budget. So, I guess, you know, although we borrow, we also adapt. So, siguro, maybe I would like to think that our current budgetary setup is although it's not a static condition, and we here in the Senate, in fact, work to amend it, to make it better, to reform it. His Honor is certainly one of the most hardworking in this respect. So, you know, so I think it's a response to how the actual experience, sabi nga ni Justice Holmes, diba? It's not only logic but experience which shapes the lawmaking process, Your Honor.
So thank you for mentioning that black budget, Mr. President. Actually, yun totality of the 16 security agencies, Mr. President. And then, hindi kasama dun yung Office of the President of the United States of America. Well, my point, Mr. President, is that this joint circular actually is a joint circular of the COA and the DBM. The DBM is part of the executive branch under the direct control of the Office of the President. And what happens here is that intelligence fund usage, the reports are submitted to the Office of the President, or before the intelligence funds can be tapped, they have to be requested from the Office of the President. And then our system says that that office itself has its own intelligence fund. So nasira yung controls and checks system po natin. I mean, that's the entire checking system, eh. That there is that Office of the President which controls, regulates, supervises, and checks the usage of intelligence funds. And yet, mismong siya ay binibigyan ng intelligence funds, so he reports to himself, Mr. President. So that is the weakness of how we have interpreted and implemented this joint circular na participated in by the executive branch. That is the point, Mr. President. So, sayang kasi, iba kasi yung treatment ng confidential funds, Mr. President, right? Reports are submitted, sa iba. So even if the Office of the President has confidential funds, magsasubmit siya na report on the usage of the confidential funds, sa sarili niyang office, sa COA, sa Senate President's Office, sa Office of the House Speaker. Ang rule sa intelligence fund, iba. And yet, granted siya, and then he submits a report to himself. Bagsak, sirang-sira ang concept of checks and balances and controls, Mr. President. And unfortunately nga, this joint circular was participated in by the executive branch. So sana they should look at the rationale behind the rules, yung how it was divided. Kaya nga tayo nagdi-divide, although overlapping din yung gastos dyan, overlapping, magastos mo, same activity, mag-charge mo sa confidential and sa intelligence fund. Actually, may similarity po. So that's my point, Mr. President. So I hope that the Office of the President, if I could appeal to their siguro strict legal strict legal aptitude of the people behind the Office of the President, let us be consistent with the issuances that we have signed on. No? So, ganun po sana. Ganun po sana. You are civilian office, wag natin i-confuse yung nature natin na meron tayong intelligence fund. Intelligence funds, you monitor, wag natin sirain yung controls. Wag mo bigyan ng sarili mo. But doon sa isang fund, no problem. No, there's no problem. And then yung levels po, napakataas. Our president is an Ilocano, so I appeal to his Ilocano nature to review the amounts. Also the amounts, medyo, kasi the amounts contribute to the bottom line of the budget, contributes to the deficit, which contributes to the debt. Na-establish po natin kahapon yung klarong-klaro. That's the flow chart, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll just make this appeal. I mean, anyway, siguro in due time, kung meron tayong mga activist lawyers listening to us, maybe a case can be filed with the Supreme Court to test the legality of the grant of intelligence funds to the Office of the President, being a civilian agency.
With the indulgence of the minority leader.
Majority Leader, may I just respond briefly before you recognize Senator Tolentino? There are safeguards in the joint circular you mentioned, distinguished Minority Leader. It is subject to audit and documents are available to the Commission on Audit, and the Office of the President is not exempt from those requirements also. So if we're talking about checks and balances, then that is perhaps one. And ang maganda rin sa Office of the President is they have not sought to increase any of these amounts, at least for the last 4 years, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Tolentino wishes to be recognized.
With the permission of Senator Pimentel, who has the floor, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a mere interjection, cum manifestation to the points raised by the good minority leader. Mr. President, I heard mention of the joint circular a while ago, which probably was used as the basis of the questioning of the good minority leader. It is Joint Circular 2015-01, issued by the Commission on Audit and other government agencies of the executive branch. Mr. President, siguro po na just as a manifestation and to join the exchanges, perhaps the good minority leader should have, and with all due respect, referred likewise to a constitutional provision which is probably germane to the discussion, and this is Section 28, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides, and I quote, "Subject to reasonable conditions prescribed by law, the state adopts and implements a policy of full public disclosure of all its transactions involving public interest." And the interpretation, Mr. President, of this representation is that this provision should be read hand in hand with all the circulars, with all the provisions concerning disbursement of public funds. And Mr. President, it would end up as a consequence, as a logical and legal consequence, that Joint Circular number 2015-01, although given recognition and imprimatur of various Congresses in several General Appropriations Act, should be supplanted by legislation, Mr. President, because under the provision which I mentioned a while ago, it made reference to subject to reasonable conditions prescribed by law. So it is incumbent upon the Congress to prescribe the conditions. So what I'm saying is that, Mr. President, the Congress, the Senate, can and should amend the joint circular, because the joint circular, as perceived by this representation, is not by virtue of a valid delegation of legislative power. We cannot abdicate, Mr. President. This is power over the purse. So binigay na po natin lahat sa kanila. Sila yung nag-define. I have here the copy of the joint circular referred to by the good majority leader, Joint Circular 2015-01, dated January 8, 2015, and it made reference to all the terms, confidential activities, intelligence practitioners, referred to by the good gentleman. Perhaps if the intention is really to question the contents of this, a legislation should be made, Mr. President. Dapat tayo po yung gumawa ng guidelines, ng parameters. Although the Commission on Audit, as a constitutional body, can act But, as again mentioned by the good minority leader, dadaan ulit sa Office of the President, iikot, involved sila yung mag-approve. Perhaps, Mr. President, it is about time that we pursue legislation giving flesh and muscle to the provisions of Article 28, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, defining the reasonable conditions prescribed by law. Siguro po, tapos na lahat yung pag-uusap ngayon. Intelligence funds, confidential funds, discretionary funds, liliwanag po lahat. If the good minority leader would agree. So lahat po siguro ng pag-uusapan natin about confidential funds, maaayos natin kung isa sa batas po natin the spirit of the provision, the constitutional provision I mentioned a while ago. Otherwise, with all due respect, we will be, this probably might not be the appropriate term, we will be continuously delegating our legislative functions to an interagency committee, which would, if time passes by, be considered as an abdication of our legislative functions. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Lahat po ng pag-uusapan po tungkol sa confidential funds, siguro dahil hindi natin nagawa pa yung batas patungkol dito, and I have here the full transcripts of the Constitutional Commission deliberations tungkol sa discretionary funds. So, dapat po siguro tayo yung gumawa ng batas patungkol po dito. Hanggang saan po yung parameters? Is this was there a complete standard? Kung meron nga, sufficient standard? Were there constraints? Alam na po ito ni good minority leader. Was there an avoidance of undue delegation, etc., etc.? Was there a determinate or determinable standard? I don't think there is any. Kaya po tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong usapin. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. If the good minority leader would want a response, this will be my continuing manifestation when we tackle all confidential funds issues, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I completely agree with Senator Tolentino on his need for perhaps a law. Everything he said, I agree, except that he said his manifestation would be short. Mr. President.
It was indeed short, Mr. President.
That is already short for his standards, Your
For
Honor.
his standard.
That is already short.
We welcome the
Thank you, Mr.
manifestation.
President.
We welcome the manifestation of our colleague, Mr. President. We are open here in the Senate. Mr. Senate President, we welcome interventions from our colleagues. And I think, I don't think Senator Tolentino was present when we met in executive session for the yung Oversight Committee
Yes, the
on this.
Oversight
Yeah. And I
Committee.
think that is the stand of the Senate President, that nothing prevents us from reviewing this joint circular and suggesting improvements, and if these are not entertained, by doing this by law, if
Yes,
necessary.
that is correct.
I think that's one of the.
That will be actually one of the recommendations, Your Honor,
Yes,
of our
yeah.
committee.
If you just go over the rules of our committee, of that committee, when we drafted it, that was one of our intentions. So the manifestation of Senator Tolentino is in line with the intention of the Senate President, supported by a number of us here in the Senate. Well, siguro, if I can just ask the lawyers in the Office of the President to look at 3.15 of that joint circular and then 3.16. Yun na nga yun.
Yeah.
Intelligence expenses are defined in 3.15. Uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners. 3.16 defines intelligence practitioners. In-enumerate yung mga ahensya ng gobyerno. Wala ang OP doon except doon sa dulo na 3.16.7, other NGAs which are expressly provided budget allocation for intelligence funds under the GAA and other laws. Oh. So it's the GAA which is now the legal basis for the grant of intelligence fund to the Office of the President. But where did the GAA emanate? From the Office of the President, the executive branch, di ba? Yun, umiikot eh. The grant of the authority or the power, umiikot, circular. The checks and balances, doon lang din, basically. But anyway, at any rate, Mr. President, that's just an appeal so that Because one of the issues, of course, during budget season would be the ballooning debt of the country. So, kung saan tayo makahanap, makakat, especially kung questionable naman yung legal basis, alisin na po natin. Or kahit na clear yung legal basis, but yung amount masyado naman pong unreasonable na, we should also cut. That's just an appeal, Mr. President, because from my basic knowledge of the Constitution, the budget emanates from the executive branch. And the leader of the executive branch who controls the executive branch is none other than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Okay, Mr. President, may I just find out how does the Office of the President fund the offices of the positions of presidential advisors, Mr. President? Saan doon sa programa ng Office of the President kinukuha yung funding ng mga yun?
Alam niya? Ano yun? Line item ba? There's a line item, I'm informed, Your Honor, on the Presidential Advisory Program, and that's the source for the funding of the presidential advisors, Your Honor.
How much would that be for the 2024 budget, Mr. President?
It is 85,693,000, Your Honor.
How about special envoys? I think this is a practice. The President appoints special envoys. If there are expenses, where is this charged, Mr. President?
I was told that special envoys are usually just nominal titles or titular figures with no actual salary.
Yes.
I remember when my father was special envoy to the EU, he received only a 1 peso salary. Your Honor.
No incidental expenses incurred by the special envoy chargeable to
None.
government.
None, Your Honor.
And so that I will not be confused, Mr. President, ito pong budget natin for the maybe salaries and expenses, related expenses of the presidential advisors is found in the OP or in the budget of the PMS, Mr. President? OP siya.
This is the OP, Your Honor. Yeah.
Okay. Who spent for the ad campaign, We Give the World Our Best, which was seen in the London buses, Mr. President?
It's not the OP, Your Honor. Possibly the DOT.
Hindi, iba po. Kaya that's why I'm asking because iba campaign ng DOT, di ba? Love the Philippines sila eh. Kaya nga doon ako nasasayangan. Actually, Mr. President, nakita ko eh. Kung umabot yung We Give the World Our Best, it's an ad campaign in the buses of London, on the buses of London, gumastos tayo ron. Tapos, a couple of days or weeks later, Love the Philippines naman ang linonch.
It was not the Office of the President, Your
It
Honor.
was not the Office of the President. Okay. So it was not a certain presidential advisor. Kung ganun.
Eh, kung meron man, it was not official funds, malamang ho. Baka initiative niya personally, di ba? Maaring ganun. But
So,
definitely...
may we know if the Office of the President or anyone in the Office of the
No, I'm
President
just
is even
speculating.
aware of that
Yeah.
ad campaign?
They're only aware of it in the sense that they also saw it, Your Honor, but they don't really know where the funding came from it. But definitely not the Office of the President, not the OP, Your Honor.
No interest in finding out? No one in the OP, in the entire Malacanang, thousands of people in the Malacanang, no one was interested in finding out?
They can find out, Your Honor, and inform you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Kailangan pa i-request pa pala dito yun, Mr. President.
Hindi rin nila alam, Mr. President. So,
Walang kusa, walang interest, wala tayong interest sa what's happening. That's an ad campaign. It mentions our country. Sa London, wala. Nobody lifted the finger to find out. Background information, wala. No one. Okay, sige. Anyway, Mr.
It
President.
was still during the time of Paul Soriano, Director Paul Soriano, Your Honor. This is what I'm told. So, baka siya nakakaalam mo. We will ask.
Wala na ba siya ngayon?
Wala na po. Wala na.
Wala. Pero dapat ang mga institutions natin o agencies, may mga institutional memory naman. I mean, di ba? Pag-alis ng tao, wala nang may alam. What's happening to our government agencies, Mr. President? Wala tayong memory. So, okay, so si Papa Larry Gadon, nandiyan pa? Still with the government? I was hoping to meet him here and
He's a presidential advisor. He's the presidential advisor for poverty alleviation, Your Honor.
kaya nga, I would have wanted to listen to his plans. Ano bang plano? I mean, that's a big challenge, Mr. President. Anyway. So how much are we supporting that poverty alleviation office?
The salary per secretary. How about staffing? Ilan ang staff niya? So wala pa siyang staff. So wala pa siyang. He receives a salary, Your Honor, but as of the moment, I think he has proposed a staff, but that is not reflected yet in the budget proposal because nung na-propose na nila yung budget for the Office of the President, hindi pa na-take up yung staffing niya.
But siguro may space naman dun, Mr. President, to accommodate. Kasi ang bigat nung I mean, that's poverty alleviation po ang mandate niya. So, let's give him all the support that is necessary, needed, Mr. President. In-appoint po siya eh.
Yeah, they said they can find from their MOE possible assistance to his office, Your Honor.
Kasi ang questions ko sa mga agencies is paano kayo nararamdaman ng taong bayan eh. Ganun eh. So, ganun din. Baka kung mag-appear siya sa Senate, tatanungin ko siya. Di pa kita nararamdaman na Papa, Larry? Wala pa. He's Papa because he's presidential advisor on poverty alleviation.
I see.
That's it.
Thank you.
What did you have in mind? What did you have in mind, Mr.
I was wondering, it's a curious designation, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. President. So ito na lang po, we have to address this kasi kumakalat sa you appoint special envoys, but has Malacanang appointed a certain Michael Ma as a special envoy of the President?
Is he anything? Is he a presidential advisor? He was a special envoy, but no longer, Your Honor.
Once upon a time. So can I get the period of time that he was special envoy?
We will furnish, Your Honor. We're just waiting for the information. Could you, if it's all right with you, we'll await the information.
Sige, they may have been, surprised with the questions. Sige, ganun na lang po siguro. Just give me the. So it is true that once upon a time, Malacanang designated a certain Michael Ma as the President's special envoy to the People's Republic of China, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That may have been true once upon a time, but no longer true today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
Yes, Your Honor.
so I think, Mr. President, thank you. That would be all. Kasi we need to clarify these things. Actually, kayo rin na nasisiraan. So if you don't clarify, if you allow these allegations or chismis siya before, but it turns out hindi pala siya chismis because it had some factual basis. It had some factual basis. Okay. So, thank you for the forthrightness of the truthfulness and the honesty of our resource persons, Mr. President. Thank you also for their understanding and patience.
Thank you to the distinguished minority leader. I was also honest and forthright in my answers. Not just the resource persons, Your Honor.
Yes, I'd like to.
I'm just kidding, Your Honor.
Before I recognize the majority floor leader, I'd like to put on record as well that all the CIF of these agencies, confidential intelligence funds, are submitted by report to the Office of the Senate President together with the Office of the Speaker of the House. I just want to put on record that the CIF, or the Confidential Intelligence Funds report of the Office of the President, is one of the most detailed and comprehensive reports that I have seen. It is the most detailed among all the other agencies, Your Honor. And I think, I'm not sure if you were there in that meeting, Senator Angara, but it was about 2 books detailing each and every
Yes.
disbursement. And the nice thing about it, it's a complete report wherein this fund of this amount was disbursed, for example, tipster,
Yes.
for anti-drug program, and which led to an apprehension,
Yes.
which led to a filing of a case,
Yes.
and actually the case is ongoing. So napaka-detalyado ng report. I must commend.
I confirm that, Mr. President. I
Yes.
was there. Senator Minority Leader Pimentel was there. I think Senator Risa was also there, if I'm not mistaken. And I confirm that there was great specificity in the reports, even mentioning the venue, Your Honor, of
The venue, the
of
time
meetings.
when it
Yeah,
happened.
Yeah, the time.
Even it's sort of like a semi-police report, but shortened, of course, abbreviated.
Yes, short of names, where names were not mentioned.
Yes, so we really appreciate that. Yan ang magandang reporting. Na nakita ko saan talaga ginamit yung pera at saan ginastos, saan pumunta, at may kalarabasan. In other words, may kaso na na-file, may mga apprehensions. So we appreciate that. The others just filed 5 pages, 2 pages. Kaya pati kami naguguluhan dun sa mga CIF ng ibang agencies. Pero sa inyo po, I salute you guys. Your reports were very comprehensive and I would like to say detailed. Thank you. Just for the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Minority Leader, I
President.
think, also wants to comment.
Yes, and I have also I have started actually going over the reports, Mr. President.
Yes.
Nakita ko na rin yung iba. So we're done with the OP. I just saw a question with the PMS, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, of course, Mr. President.
We have noticed the great reduction from the GAA 2023 level for the PMS to the NEP of the PMS. Can we get an explanation? Ng 47% reduction?
Ano yun? Ano yung
Tama po ba yun?
changes? This was because if we compare NEP to NEP, it's hindi nagkakalayo, Your Honor. But Congress introduced some changes and amendments in this year's budget.
Correct. Kaya may we know what initiatives, on what PAPs were the congressional initiatives which were given
This year,
to
this year.
the PMS, Mr. President?
Ito sir, galing PMS. Hindi ko naman po.
Ito yung increase natin.
Hindi sir. Decrease yan.
Ano yung in-increase? Hindi, tinatanong niya ano yung increases this year. Ito. Ito yung mga items that increase. Ito yun.
Yan. Ito mas complete sir.
There was a budget increase for, are you sure? RTV? Wala kanya? Kanila to? For RTVM or Radio Television Malacanang, amounting to 46. Lahat to or ito lang?
Sir, umpisa tayo dito sa PSMOEC.
There was a request for additional budget for personal services amounting to 165 million. For MOE, 400 million. Capital outlay, 131 million, Your Honor. Including a budget increase for Radio Television Malacanang or RTVM in the amount of 46.65 million, Your Honor.
Kasi kung hindi na po maulit yan sa this budget cycle, therefore, what would be the PAPs that they were able to do in 2023 na they won't be able to do anymore in 2024 because they have been deprived of these amounts? Mr. President, ano ba pinakamahalagang aktibidades doon?
A lot of the travel, Your Honor. Foreign travel, yeah.
Oh, how come we did not anticipate this in the NEP? Because the President's budget increased sa travel niya eh. So dapat di ba logic na lang yun? You are the support staff of the Office of the President. He will travel. Umingi siya ng travel. And then now, you did not adjust at the NEP level? May we know who is the head now of the PMS, Mr.
Yusek,
Sosa?
Attorney Elaine Masukat, Your Honor.
Is he here?
She's here, Your Honor. She's here. She's the
Ma'am.
beautiful lady in black, Your Honor.
Welcome, Ma'am Elaine. So yun lang po yung tanong, di ba? I mean, napansin niyo na tumaas ang travel budget ng Office of the President, tama? Ginawa natin 1 billion na yata. Tama ba? Oh, PMS, you will wait for congressional initiative to supplement your travel budget?
Well, PMS is not always accompanying the president, Your Honor, unlike previous year. So they're only on a as needed basis, Your Honor. It's usually going forward. It will usually just be the agencies that are really needed for those travels, Your Honor.
Kaya, but for 2023, they asked for it and they got it, and then halos half of your budget kasi congressional initiatives. But at any rate, I just want them to know that this has been observed. I mean, so
Yeah.
for 2024, are you asking for some congressional initiatives also? Just like you did for this year?
As of now, nothing yet, Your Honor, but nothing prevents us from adding to their budget if necessary. Yeah.
Well, they just justified that it is not necessary anymore, Mr. President. Sinabi na po natin yung sponsor that they will no longer travel with the President. So good. Is that office led by an Ilocano, Mr. President? Huh? Are you an Ilocana, ma'am?
No,
That's the trait that we want in budgeting, Mr. President. So for that, congratulations for that. So thank you once again, Mr. Sponsor. And
Thank you very much, distinguished minority leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Office of the President, the Presidential Management Staff, and as well as other agencies to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the budget of the President's Office, OP, and other executive offices like the Presidential Management Staff is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations to the men and women of the OP and PMS. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Mr. President, I move that they consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Vice President Sara Duterte. We now recognize the distinguished Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sonny Angara, to sponsor the same and to interpolate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that they be recognized.
Yes, before I recognize the gentleman and lady, I would just like to, of course, welcome to the Senate our distinguished Vice President Sara Duterte, may silingan in Mindanao. Ma'am, mayong buntag, ma'am. And to the whole family of the DepEd community, good morning to you all. So we'd like to recognize our distinguished sponsor, Senator Sonny Angara, and to interpolate our distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. We're ready to receive questions. But just for the record, the budget for the Office of the Vice President is 1,874,019,000 pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Magandang umaga pong muli, good chair, and to the OVP, maayong buntag. Mr. President, good chair, in 2022, the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President were augmented by 125 million pesos from the Office of the President. Now, during the proceedings at the House of Representatives, it was stated that the OVP submitted on January 17, 2023, a liquidation report covering these funds. Currently, the Commission on Audit is auditing the use of this 125 million and has committed to finish by the 15th of this month. Sayang hindi lang umabot dito sa ating plenary interpellation. Pero, Mr. President, good chair, ano na po yung status ng audit na ito?
I'm not sure, ma'am. But maybe we can ask the Commission on Audit when they come before us next week. When they
Will do,
that
Mr.
they would be
Chair.
in a best position to answer, Your Honor.
Mr. President, the chair is not in receipt of any initial findings of the COA.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, good chair. Now, that said fund transfer or augmentation is being challenged as a longtime senator and as our Committee on Finance chair. Ano po tingin nyo, Mr. President, good chair, anong tingin ng good chair, ang pwedeng maging pinaka-prudent na policy kaugnay ng augmentation ng isang budget category na hindi na-allocate naman ng funds in the first place? Dapat bang i-regulate ang ganitong practice o kaya ipagbawal pa natin ng Kongreso?
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Risa, our Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader. Your Honor, what I was told is this was not an augmentation because an augmentation has a very technical meaning in budgetary terms. What I was told is this is a release from the contingent fund, thus not subject to the rules set forth in laws and jurisprudence, which pertain specifically to augmentation of savings, which are
At pinag-dedebatihan pa nga, di ba, kung augmentation nga ba yung nangyari or ibang proseso. Still, kung hindi pa yung rules at procedures ng augmentation, such a move of big money from the most important office of government to the second most important office of government, syempre, kailangan siyang ngayon sana o eventually, sooner than later, mag-govern ng mga rules at saka procedure. So, kapag nabuo na or mabubuo na yung rules at procedures na iyon, ano, Mr. President, ang tingin ng good share na dapat maging prudent policy tungkol sa ganyang klasing augmentation man yan o release man yan, basta paglipat ng malaking pondo mula sa importanteng opisina papunta sa importanteng opisina. Hindi ba dapat ma-regulate yung ganitong practice? Or even, given kung gaano kalabo yung kasalukuyang rules at procedures at given kung paano naging kontrobersyal itong mismong paglipat ng mismong perang ito, hindi kaya dapat ipagbawal ng Kongreso?
Sa akin, ma'am, medyo specific na ho yung nasa
batas ho natin ngayon, kasama na po yung mga desisyon ng Korte Suprema, specifically yung Araulio decision. Dahil doon, nakalagay doon na kung ano yung mga patakaran sa paglilipat ho ng pondo. And again, I'm referring to the transfer or not transfer rather, but the augmentation of budgetary items, meaning specifically savings. At doon, pag yan ang pinag-uusapan, yung kategoryang yan, meron ho talagang mga very specific rules doon sa, bukod sa konstitusyon or sa ligang batas, meron din ho nakalagay ho sa mga desisyon. So yung bawal po yung cross-border transfers, kailangan existing po yung budgetary item bago ma-augment siya ng ibang pondo galing sa savings. Ito pong nangyari dito sa OVP, ito po ay release mula sa contingent fund ho, which for 2022 was 13 billion pesos and it's still the same amount to this day. At ito pong contingent fund ay sumasagot sa mga pangangailangan po ng gobyerno lahat po, iba po ang patakaran dito. Hindi po itong dahil hindi nga ito augmentation ng savings, iba po ang patakaran pagdating ho sa pag-release or paglabas ng pera mula sa contingent fund, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Kaya nga, interesante at tingin ko rin po importante yung sinimula nating pag-usapan kahapon na simula dun sa kasalukuyang special provision tungkol sa contingent fund na nagpapayag at nagbabawal din sa mga specific kinds of releases. Nagbabawal halimbawa sa paggamit ng contingent fund para sa motor vehicles. Kaya po binuksan ko na rin kahapon, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung posibleng at the proper time pag-amyenda na ipagbawal din mula sa contingent fund ang pag-augment or ang pag-release o paglipat patungo sa CIF ng ibang opisina. At kaya lalo din, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung diskusyon nga natin ay magiging very timely at the appropriate time. Siguro, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung susunod na punto ko, pwede po bang mag-provide ang good share ng mga kahit general details kung paano yung 125 million na iyon ay ginastos, no? Considering yung said amount ay inexpend sa loob ng 11 araw. Malay natin, may election dito, best practices ng OVP na yung ibang mga ahensya gamit ito pwedeng pagandahin yung kanilang absorptive capacity considering na yung underspending, gaya ng sinimula nating pag-usapan kahapon, major problem pa rin, no? Tulad sa ating diskusyon sa interpellation kahapon.
At ito po yung akibat po nung pag-implement nung yung safe implementation of the programs, activities, and projects of the Office of the Vice President to alleviate poverty and promote the general welfare. At nakita natin nung sa komite, Your Honor, napakarami pong program ang OVP from libreng sakay, yung pagbubukas po ng maraming satellite office, yung pagbibigay po ng tulong sa libing, sa paggamot, sa napakarami po. There's so many services that were provided by the OVP, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung 125 million ginastos sa 11 araw o on average mga 11.3 million a day ay ginamit lahat yan para lang ligtas na maimplementa ang mga libreng sakay o paghahanda para magbukas ng satellite offices o magpalibing, magpagamot na itong lahat, yung pagsisiguro ng kaligtasan nito, iyan ay umabot sa on average 11.3 million pesos a day, Mr. President?
Yung 11 days, yun po yung period of disbursement ng pera ho. But if you include the period for obligation, it was actually 19 days. And if we look at the services performed or the use of the funds, goes beyond actually the 11 or whether there's 11 days or 19 days 19 days pertaining to the period from when the SARO was issued, which allows the agency to obligate the funds to the day it's finally paid for, where the services or any contracts are paid for, and thus the cash is considered disbursed. Does not mean that all the services or all the information, for instance, will be given on those days. Meaning, the information could have been given subsequent to the contracting and disbursing of the money, Your Honor. So, tapos yung confidential fund is used to ensure the safe entry for implementation of the programs and, of course, of the Vice President and her staff to various points of the archipelago. For instance, Your Honor, sa Surigao, sa BARM, in other provinces, meron ho talagang mga insurgency dyan. So kailangan siguraduhin na maganda yung pagpasok ng mga programa at saka ng party ni VP, and to guarantee that the program implementation is also always data-driven. So thus, the OVP was able to enter several geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. For instance, in San Remigio, where they distributed pagbabago bags, school supplies, and dental kits to grade 1 and grade 4 school children in 33 barangays. And the CF is also used for purposes of continuous monitoring and validation of claims, especially for those made in or lodged in the satellite offices. So sa Bulacan po, for instance, the Office of the Vice President validated complaints that there were persons selling OVP assistance and forms. So meron hong mga ganong instances na talagang kinakailangan ho.
Sige po, Mr. President, good sponsor. Kahit sabihin natin, for the sake of argument, so ginastos yung 125 million sa 19 days, still, 6.5 million pesos a day iyon. So kahit itanong po natin yung ibang pinagkagastosan nila, information, different provinces or regions, lalo na yung mga apektado pa rin ng insurgency, sigurado naman hindi lang yung OVP security ang nag-secure ng OVP, whether the head of office or the personnel or the implementers ng mga programa, pero yung AFP at PNP on the ground. Well and good, data-driven, dapat yung mga programa. GIDA areas, ito po ay termino din ng Department of Health. So, malamang sa hindi or posible nakikipag-ugnayan ng OVP dun sa mga programa, activities at proyektong iyon sa DOH. Hindi kaya yung mga bags, school supplies at dental kits ay tumatawid na sa budget naman ng DepEd na concurrently hinihead ng Vice President. So, claims, various provinces, validation of complaints. Again, still, even with this listing, palagay ko lamang po, Mr. President, good sponsor, reasonable pa rin itanong kung bakit posibleng umabot sa 11.3 million pesos a day ang gastos. And in any case po, just for the sake of thinking aloud, hindi po ba pwedeng i-convert yung mga worthwhile programs sa mga ito into line items sa budget? Mr. President.
Your Honor, actually the funds were requested as early as August 2022. But the SARO, or the authority to obligate and disburse the money, was only given in December. So talagang, kumbaga, obligado rin silang gastusin yung pera, Your Honor. Kasi kung hindi, di ba, we have a modified cash-based budgeting. Pag you use it or you lose it. So, pag hindi mo ginastos yung pera, maaaring mawala sa ahensya mo yon, di ba?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Kung ano man, kung yung SARO na-release sa Disyembre, still, kaya yung interest at yung curiosity ng publiko, bakit at paano nakagastos ng ganyang kalaki sa napakaikling panahon lamang. And good sponsor, were any of the programs that the good sponsor mentioned funded with confidential funds?
Sorry, could you say that? Or any
Were
of the
any
programs?
of the programs that you mentioned, good sponsor, funded with confidential funds?
No, Your Honor. They strictly adhere to the joint budget circular issued by the DBM and the COA, which lists the permissible expenses for CIF, Your Honor, from confidential and intelligence funds, namely yung purchase of information, yung rental of safe houses, and of course they were conscious of the or items which are not allowed to be spent under the said circular, Your Honor.
So kung hindi po, paano sila pinondohan kung hindi dun sa CIF? Mr. President.
Well, they have regular budgets also, Your Honor, which they can access for, they have budgets for MOE, for capital outlay. Those are all at their disposal.
So lalo pong lumalaki yung misteryo kung paano ginastos ang CIF na 125 million sa loob lamang ng 11 araw. Kung hindi man lahat, pero kung marami sa mga binanggit na pinagkagastosan ay kinover naman ng regular budgets. At alinsunod sa utos ng COA, hindi ginastosan ng confidential and intelligence funds. So, salamat po. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Salamat, good sponsor. Those are actually my only questions for the OVP budget today. I'll be back at the proper time to propose amendments to the OVP budget for the consideration of the good sponsor and the plenary. Salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat
Thank
kaayo.
you, Your Honor, Vice Chair Senator Risa, and we'll be happy to discuss with you any possible proposed amendments. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa. The Minority Floor Leader,
Yes, Mr. President, the Minority Leader wishes to be recognized.
you would like to recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsors. Alam niyo po, last year, kasi that this is, I think the Office of the Vice President last year received the highest ever budget for the Office of the Vice President. So, and this year we're increasing. No? Are we increasing, Mr. Chairman, in our committee report? The bottom line budget of the OVP.
For 2024, it's increased by 30. No, actually, it's in the Senate version, it's decreased, Your
Correct.
Honor.
It should decrease because the
Yeah.
Senate committee report
We adopted the HGAB
yes,
version,
to-
Your Honor. So,
did not grant, our
Yeah.
committee report did not grant the 500 million peso confidential fund. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
President?
correct, Your
The
Honor.
effect is
Yeah.
that there is a reduction if we compare GAA 2023 to committee report 2024 on OVP. The reduction is
500. It's the figure of 2.343 billion minus 1.874 billion, Your Honor. So if the staff would calculate, please. Only Senator Bongo can do these calculations without a calculator.
Anyway, yes, we get the idea, Mr. President. Hindi pala reflected to sa ating summary because we were comparing it with the House version. Apo.
It is less by 469 million, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. So that means we remove 500 and some other items increase siguro most likely, Mr. Chairman, if you can tell us which ones. Kasi by 30 million may nag-increase. It may be the automatic appropriations. Sa sweldo.
Bakit yung 2024 is not 500?
So, sweldo siguro. Sweldo.
No, we're not talking about 2020. We're talking about 2024. Why is it only 469 when tinanggal natin yung 500? It should be 500. Ano nga? Kung may 35, ano nga yung tanong mo? You get it? Because if we do 500, it should be less by 500. Yeah, yeah.
30-something. Binawasan ng 500.
No, but he's talking about the 2020.
Ng 30 million ang sum items.
Oo.
Ano kaya?
Why, kung kinagalaan yung 500, why is it not 500 less? Because your question, Your Honor, is sorry. I think we're getting jumbled with the
Yes,
number of
okay.
versions here. What
Yes,
is the
okay.
question? Your question is what is
Okay,
because your question is on the GAA of 2023, Your Honor. That's why narito kami.
Narito,
Because it's 500 less than the NEP, but it's not 500 less than the 2023
thank you for
GAA.
that clarification.
Opo.
So that
nahilo
means
kami
the
momentarily.
questionnaire was also confused kung ganon. Mr. Pero that's the statement from this sponsor. NEP compared to our committee report, the budget, NEP 2024
Kung NEP,
NEP,
500, opo.
it's a clean 500 million.
Yes,
so
yes.
we know
Yes,
where we got that from. Okay, so
Because your
klaro.
question was about
Yes,
the
okay,
2023
klaro na po.
GAA. Kaya
Yes,
na-confuse kami momentarily.
So I am amending my question and I'm now getting the correct answer. Hindi po ba the budget, itong pag-appear ng agencies is the time for them to make some appeals? If the Congress is entertaining cuts in their budget, this is the time for them to make an appeal. If they want a restoration, augmentation, or anything, changes in their budget. So, if we can ask the Office of the Vice President, the Vice President herself is here, Mr. President. Is she making an appeal for the restoration of the 500 million confidential fund to her budget, Mr. President?
Your Honor, actually, we're in receipt of a statement from the Vice President we discussed earlier. And according to her, the OVP can only propose a budget to support the safe implementation of its PAPs, or programs, activities and programs, to alleviate poverty and promote the general welfare of each and every Filipino family. Nonetheless, they will no longer pursue the CIF or CF. And the reason why is because it is seen to be divisive, and as the Vice President, she swore an oath to keep the country peaceful and strong.
So just as I commended the Office of the Ombudsman, the Department of Migrant Workers, and the other agencies which willingly gave up their CIF or the CF or did not even ask for these funds, given this latest manifestation by the Vice President, I commend her, Mr. President, for now categorically stating to this House that it's not a deferral to our wisdom. She does not want it anymore, Mr. President. So if that is how I understand the statement, I commend the Vice President. Senator Tolentino.
Senator Tolentino is asked to be recognized. Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick manifestation cum intervention again, and to remind this committee that I made a continuing manifestation a while ago relative to the existence of the joint circular emanating from COA and various agencies, and the possible remedial legislative measure that would enable Congress to comply with the reasonable conditions provided for under the Constitution. Mr. President, perhaps the minority leader, with all due respect, should be reminded that budget proposals coming from the House, going to the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. That would be the operative words coming from the Constitution itself. So it's no longer lodged with the Office of the Vice President, but the decision should come from this chamber, Mr. President, just to manifest that constitutional provision. But we agree that there was a nod, a concurrence coming from the head of the office itself. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you for that reminder, Mr. President. Although the Constitution is on my desk, I don't think I need reminding anymore, Mr. President. But at any rate, that's the purpose of the budget hearings, di ba? That's the purpose that we make them appear to get their opinion. Because if we flood them with funds, sabihin nila hindi na namin kaya din yan. I mean, we should get their reaction or their inputs, Mr. President. So, I think that settles it, Mr. President. That's a statement of the Vice President. Tama?
That is the
And she is
statement.
here, so okay na yun. So that settles everything, Mr. President.
Yes, hopefully, Your Honor.
So, again, just as kinommend ko yung ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, with that manifestation, I commend the Vice President and the Office of the Vice President. Although last year, because of siyempre the budget was the highest ever for an Office of a Vice President. And then I looked at the programs. Sabi ko nga, parang duplication of some programs of the other agencies of the government. So, the Office of the Vice President would have to put up the structures, the necessary to implement the programs. Kunyari, medical assistance, parang parang DSW din eh. Educational assistance, parang DSW din, may program din yan. So, siguro, my question now is, kumusta po yung inyong budget utilization for all of those programs na nabanggit natin last year? Like Libreng Sakay, I think you have a Kalusugan food truck, you have a Pagbabago campaign, 1 million learners and trees, you have a rice program, relief for individuals in crisis and emergencies yun, and then you have a medical and burial assistance program, you have a Magnegosyo Taday, that's your livelihood assistance program, and ito bago, parang bago, you can be VP. I don't think I heard this last year, but I may be wrong. But kumusta po yun? Because yun yung worry ko eh. We have hundreds of millions for each program, and then they look similar to existing government programs of other agencies. Ang problema, we have to now set up the structure to execute and implement the said programs.
The obligation rate of the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, is 73% as of September 30.
Obligation is 73%. Okay, that's obligation. That means the funds are now, anong tawag mo doon? Obligated. So ano na siya dyan? Earmark na siya for a certain expenditure.
Yes, and the disbursement rate
yes.
is 84%, Your Honor.
80, of what, ano po to? Compare it to appropriations?
Over
Allotments.
over amounts obligated, Your Honor.
84% of the amounts obligated. And then the 70 plus of the obligation rate is over
Obligations
allotments?
over allotments, Your Honor.
Allotments. And then the how much of the appropriations have been allotted or released, di ba? Ganun yun? That's the term. Allotted means released?
Fully released, Your Honor.
Fully released. Okay, sorry. Okay po. And then, itong ano kasi, the Office of the Vice President has been, I think has in its plans the construction of an the physical Office of the Vice President. And is it correct that there is an entry in the unprogrammed funds of 2 billion in connection with, what is this, the construction of the OVP? Is that the building or the acquisition of the land, Mr. President? Tama ba ako? May 2 billion.
It's for the land, Your Honor, but I think they're still under negotiations. There's still talks ongoing as to, so there's no there's nothing final or nothing contracted out as of yet, Your Honor.
Yes, but it is correct to say that in the 2024 budget, there is a 2 billion entry or item in under unprogrammed appropriations. Tama
That is
po ba
correct,
yan?
Your Honor.
It's for land acquisition of the Office
Land
of the
acquisition, Your Honor.
So if there have been negotiations, so may kausap na. So where is the intended location of the Office of the Vice President? May we know, Mr. President?
They're talking to a few, Your Honor.
So
Not just one, not just one.
So it's still open. So in different areas of the country ito. So we cannot even say if it's in Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao.
Just in NCR, Your Honor.
It's in NCR. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. But I think for this year, we allotted, we appropriated 10 million for down payment. So we have not used this kasi kung wala pang final contract, wala pang down payment. Opo.
That's correct, Your Honor. Still unutilized.
Opo. And then, the Office of the Vice President has its own security and protection group, Mr. President. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And I think they have 433 personnel composing this Vice President Security and Protection Group.
Yes, Your Honor. As of, yeah.
the expenses for this VP Security and Protection Group are not lodged with the Office of the Vice President. It's lodged with some other agency. Am I correct, Mr. President?
There is a special duty allowance which is for the security personnel, which is charged to the OVP budget, Your Honor.
Which item under, maybe you know under what item, and then what is the total amount for that item, or is it charged against a program?
Yes, we're just finding out which program, Your Honor. It's charged to the OVP budget. Yeah, there is a, this is the GA. There's an item for special duty allowance in the amount of 25,308,000, Your Honor.
For 1 year na po yan.
That's for
Opo.
2024. Yeah.
Yes, for 1 year, 25 million. Kasi yung bulk ng compensation ng mga security personnel would be found in their mother units siguro. So
Yes,
may we know, so that when the time comes, may we know from what agencies the VP security group come from?
PNP and AFP, Your Honor.
PNP and AFP. So we'll just ask from them siguro yung budget for the 433 regular personnel composing the VP SPG. Okay, so I think, Mr. President, yun na lang po. It's good that the OVP can still efficiently execute their programs, their planned programs, Mr. President. So pero yung pagbabago yata, the plan is a million bags. You want to distribute 1 million bags. That's the long-term plan. What is this for the entire 6-year term? Is that the plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
1 million bags. Okay, so at any rate, Mr. President, of course, I also realize we need to give the Office of the Vice President some flexibility in the budget process and some flexibility in thinking of or coming up with programs or PAPs which will make the office more relevant and somehow directly and or indirectly help her constituents, the constituents of the OVP. So thank you for the patience of our OVP family, and thank you to our sponsor for his forthrightness this time, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, distinguished Minority Leader, for your kind words for the OVP and also for the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the Office of the Vice President is deemed submitted. Congratulations. Session suspended for 1 minute. and resume deliberations of the budget of the DepEd by 1:30. So we'll have a 1-hour lunch break. Session is suspended.
you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Education and its attached agencies, the Office of the Secretary, Early Childhood Care and Development Council, National Book Development Board, National Council for Children's Television, National Museum of the Philippines, Philippine High School for the Arts, National Academy for Sports. And we'd like to acknowledge the presence of its officials led by no less than our Vice President, the Secretary of Education, Vice President Sara Duterte. Mr. President, we now recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Pia Cayetano, and first to avail of the interpellations, but I was told that he would just make a statement and a manifestation of support. May we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Batangas Province, no other than Senator Christopher Bongo. So move, Mr. President.
Before we recognize them, we'd just like to once again welcome back Vice President Sara Duterte, and of course the DepEd family. I made a mistake earlier when they came. I said the DepEd family, it was the OVP family pala. So now I'd like to welcome as well the hardworking men and women of the DepEd with us, together with its attached agencies. So we'd like to recognize the distinguished sponsors, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to make a manifestation, our distinguished colleague, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. Please proceed.
Mr. President, my honorable colleagues, and of course the Department of Education officials led by Vice President Sara Duterte, magandang araw po sa inyo lahat. First, I want to express my support for the budget of the Department of Education, and I would also like to congratulate the Vice President and the DepEd for launching the Matatag Curriculum, Bansang Makabata, Batang Makabansa Agenda. This program definitely marks a crucial moment in our nation's educational landscape, and I believe it will play a crucial role in addressing the challenges that we face in our education system. The Matatag program is truly a testament to the visionary leadership of the Vice President and the Secretary of the Department of Education. With this, Mr. President, I would also like to express my support for the increase in the budget of basic education facilities, which was allotted with an additional of 10 billion or a 44% increase from this year's allocation. Importante po ito para matugunan ang kakulangan sa mga classroom, lalo na ngayong balik na tayo sa face-to-face na po ang mga estudyante at mga guro. Marapat lamang po na mabigyan ng pansin at solusyon ang mga problemang kinakaharap ng ating mga estudyante dahil sa kanila nakasalalay ang kinabukasan po ng ating bansa. As discussed in the committee hearings, there is a total of 159,000 classrooms that must be constructed all over the country to bridge the classroom gap. In fact, sa pag-iikot ko po sa buong bansa, halos inilalapit po sa atin ng mga teachers, kulang ang kanilang mga classrooms, lalong-lalo na po sa mga liblib na komunidad, kulang talaga yung mga classrooms. Marami po ang nagpapatulong sa atin at nilalapit naman natin ito sa departamento, yung mga kakulangan po sa classrooms. Napansin ko rin po na may mga eskwelahan pa rin na hindi maganda ang kondisyon, sira-sira ang bubong o yero pa rin ang bubong, hindi maayos ang silid-aralan, maruruming palikuran, kahoy na pundasyon at marami pang iba. Pati po, yun po ang hinaing ng mga teachers natin. In fact, nung bumoto po ako nung last barangay election, mismo po doon sa syudad, kung saan po ang ating Vice President sa Davao City, marami po mga sementado na ng mga classrooms, pero marami pang naiiwan na mga classrooms na kahoy po yung bubong, sira-sira yung yero. So talagang kahit sa mismo sa Davao City, kulang pa ang ating mga classrooms. Hinaing po yan ng ating mga teachers. Inilapit po sa atin. I just want to share that when I voted, recently po yan, last October 20... Kailan yun? October 30. I witnessed firsthand the sorry state of the facilities in Buhangin Central Elementary School. May sementado, may kahoy po. Paano po makapag-aral na maayos sa mga bata kung yero po ang kanilang bubong, napakainit niyan, kung kapag tanghali at hindi rin makatulong kapag umuulan. That is why I am with the Vice President and the DepEd in their efforts to improve basic education facilities. And I support, Mr. President, increases in the budget for this program. Second, Mr. President, as DBM Secretary Pangandaman mentioned during the DBCC committee hearing and during plenary interpellations, there is around 17 billion already earmarked for salary standardization 6 in the proposed 2024 budget. With this, government workers may expect increases in salary next year. Sana po matuloy ito at isa po tayo sa magsusulong nito at kasama po dito ang ating mga teachers. Nevertheless, I just want to take this opportunity to urge the DepEd to push for the needed increase in salaries and allowances of teachers. Pag-aralan po natin kung anong benepisyo po ang dapat ibigay sa ating mga guro bukod po sa kanilang sweldo. Despite the pressing challenges in public education during the pandemic, teachers were able to adapt and respond to the challenging work situations. They went above and beyond to ensure the delivery of education for their learners. It is therefore just incumbent upon us to recognize their devotion and invaluable contribution to the formation of our youth and society. Additionally, Mr. President, I would like to mention for the record the reduction in the proposed budget of the National Academy of Sports. As one of the authors of this law, along with the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Sani Angara, and Senator Win Gatchalian, during the 18th Congress, we want to highlight the importance of NAS in developing the athletic skills and talents of the students in world-class sports facilities, while also focusing on their secondary education. Dito po sa NAS, pwede silang mag-aral, yung mga atleta at the same time mag-training, pwede po silang mag-training at the same time mag-aral. Wala pong masasakripisyong oras. Despite the additional budget for capital outlay and personal services in the committee report, hope we could find ways to further support the provision of scholarships of National Academy of Sports. Lastly, Mr. President, I laud the Senate for adding 3 billion in the budget of the Department of Education. At isisingit ko na lang po, hinahangaan ko po si Vice President Sara Duterte for no longer pursuing the request for confidential funds so that we could already settle this divisive issue. Nananatili po ang aking tiwala sa ating Vice Presidente at sa ating Secretary po ng DepEd. Iisang boto lang po ako dito sa Senado, pero bilang kasapi po ng Senate Committee on Basic Education at Vice Chair po ng Committee on Finance, ang posisyon ko, kung ano man po ang tinanggal na budget sa DepEd, dapat itong ibalik sa pamamagitan ng mga programa na makakabenepisyo sa mga kababayan natin, lalong-lalo na po sa mga classrooms na backlog natin. At ang makikinabang po dito dapat yung mga kababayan nating mahihirap. Hinggil naman po sa OBP, sana po mailaan natin ang mga programang makakatulong, lalong-lalo na po sa mga mahihirap, katulad po ng medical, burial, and other assistance po na alam naman natin na nakakatulong po sa mga kababayan nating mahirap. Ngayon, isinasaayos na natin ang budget para sa susunod na taon. Uunahin na po natin sana ang trabaho, unahin natin ang pagserbisyo at tulong po sa mga mahirap nating kababayan. That is all, Mr. President. I have no doubt that with the leadership of Vice President Sara Duterte and the continued support of all stakeholders, the Department of Education will achieve even greater milestones for our students and the education sector as a whole. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to ask questions, Mr. President, is the distinguished gentleman.
Yeah. Actually, may opening statement pa po.
Yes, Mr. President,
May you recognize
may I
the
just
sponsor? Yes.
move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the Senior Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Pia Cayetano. So,
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you. Just to put on record, Mr. President, the budget. I'm ready to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education, the Office of the Secretary, with a total new appropriations of 715,839,092,000 pesos. Also, the Early Childhood Care and Development Council with a total new appropriations of 290,166,000 pesos. The National Academy of Sports with a total new appropriation of 230,587,000 pesos. The National Book Development Board with a total new appropriation of 178,471,000 pesos. The National Council for Children's Television with a total new appropriation of 82,080,000 pesos. The National Museum of the Philippines with a total new appropriation of 1,364,202,000 pesos. And the Philippine High School for the Arts with a total new appropriation of 98,241,000 pesos. With this, Your Honor, I'm ready to accept questions from our colleagues.
Thank you very much, our dear sponsor, Majority Floor Leader, who are next in line to propound some questions. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, first to ask questions on the budget of the Department of Education is no less than the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Isabela and the Davao region, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, I would like to put it on record that I fully support the 715 billion pesos or more, the budget of DepEd for 2024. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. However, just like before during the committee hearing, I just had some few concerns, and those concerns weren't really answered because for the lack of time, and I was informed that I need to produce certain documents to justify some things that I did mention during that particular hearing. Ang concern ko lang po talaga, for the longest time...
May I just, before the gentleman proceeds, the Senate version is now 718.08.
Okay, 718. Let's make it 719.
No, we have to be accurate, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. 700. Like I said, I don't have any problem whatsoever pagdating po sa budget ngayon for 2024 para sa DepEd. Wala po tayong question dyan. Regardless, kahit na po medyo kumulang, wala pa rin po akong problema.
Thank you.
Para maging klaro po tayo. Ang problema ko, ang issue ko lang po kasi, for so many years po, sa programa ko sa Wanted sa radyo, palagi po ako nakakatanggap ng reklamo mula sa mga magulang ng mga estudyante sa elementary at high school na karamihan sa kanila ay mga mag-aaral, mga magulang na mag-aaral ng mga security guard, kasambahay, factory worker, na sila po ay naobliga mag-contribute na required ng eskwelahan through PTA para sa iba't ibang mga pangangailangan tulad ng electric fan, tulad ng jobos, tulad ng bond paper, tulad ng pambayad para sa sweldo ng security guard, sweldo ng janitor, para sa utility bills, etc., etc., etc. Na hindi po dapat dahil meron man po talaga budget ang DepEd dyan through the MOOE. Now, paano po nakukolekta itong perang ito? Para magkaroon po tayo ng idea lahat. Ang nangyari po ay dinadaan sa PTA, Parents Teachers Association. Now, pag-start po ng school year, nagpapatawag po ang PTA ng General Assembly. At pagdating po dun sa General Assembly, magbobotohan sila muna ng mga officers. Right after na maboto po yung officers, ang next agenda agad ay maghahanap sila ng proyekto, kailangan nila mag-identify ng proyekto para sa eskwelahan. At ano po yung mga proyektong yon? Yun po yung mga gastusin na akin pong binanggit. Okay. Now, I want to put a stop to it. I really do. As much as possible during my watch as a senator of the Republic. Pero napagsabihan po ako noon na kung gusto ko pong baguhin yung polisiya ng pangongolekta to PTA, gumawa po ako ng batas. Now, I don't have to dahil nakita ko na po, very clear na sa akin, na meron naman pala talagang batas. Kaya lang, yung batas na yun ay hindi na-implement. Republic Act 4206 noong 1965 na enact yan, which prohibits collection and even voluntary or otherwise from elementary schools sa public schools, except for Red Cross, except for in fact, the only ones that was mentioned was Red Cross. Now, noong 1969, RA 5546 was enacted para ma-amend yung 4206. Dito po sa 5546, mas lalo naging malawak po yung prohibition sa collection. Maybe the good sponsor might want to react doon po sa dalawang batas na aking pong nabanggit.
Thank you. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. No, here. Change. Mr. President, the concern of the gentleman was raised during the hearing. And the Vice President Secretary of DepEd responded by mentioning Department Order number 49 series of 2022, which is a no fee, no collection policy. Tama ba yan? No fee, no collection policy, which they are strictly implementing. And it was further discussed during that hearing that there is the PTA in almost every school that does their own fundraising efforts. And it being a parent-initiated organization, they are allowed to do that. So, in connection with the law that His Honor pointed out, that is exactly consistent with the department order of the department.
But the
which is a
department
no
order
colle-
cannot
if I may-
supersede.
if I may just
right,
continue, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the department order has the very same policy. No fee, no collection. The department and all their subordinates, meaning the teachers, are not allowed to initiate or to tolerate these collection efforts. But this does not prevent the parents from having their own fundraising. This system has been practiced for decades. Ayan, finally lumakas. This system has been practiced for decades, and it has been a private initiative of the parents that has allowed many projects to see the light. No? Anything from gate, fencing, gardening, events. It's a PTA initiative, and I think that's why it was mentioned that if there is a desire to change that policy, there must be a law, because currently the DepEd order is consistent with the existing law mentioned by His Honor.
Okay, Mr. President, may I ask the good sponsor kung sabihin niya sa akin yung bang department order na yon at saan po doon sa dalawang batas na binanggit ko, RA 4206 and RA 5546, alin doon na nagsasabing pinapayagan na mangolekta ang mga eskwelahan o mga magulang para sa kontribusyon sa eskwelahan. Can you please show it to me? maybe I can help the good sponsor para mas mapabilis tayo rito, if she will allow me to.
Your Honor, if His Honor Mr. President, if His Honor can give me a minute to just review, and then I will be happy to yield the floor, of course, anytime.
Sure, session suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the patience of the sponsor. As His Honor had pointed out, it's a 1965 and 1969, no, the first one was 65 yata, and 69 law, so this representation had to refresh herself on those laws, Your Honor. Hindi pa ho ako pinapanganak nung 1965. Nung inamend, pinanganak na ako, pero hindi ko pa to nabasa, inaamin ko naman po. Anyway, if we may go to the very important point of the gentleman, no? First of all, let's put on record that we respect His Honor's concern for the parents, no, who have expressed their problems, no, who have reached out to share their problems. No, we respect that, Your Honor, and we totally respect and appreciate His Honor's persistence in bringing this to the attention of DepEd, so that if there are solutions that can be made, they can be made. With that in mind, Your Honor, the question of His Honor, if I may paraphrase it to be sure that I respond accurately, is meron namang batas na nagbabawal na magkolekta ang PTA. Tama ho ba ang intindi ko sa tanong? Is that a correct understanding?
RA 5546, bawal po talaga ang contribution, collection sa mga estudyante whatsoever, whether yan ay voluntary or otherwise, except for Red Cross, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and Barrio High School. Yun lang po talaga minention sa 5546. Wala nang iba pa. Kaya kung meron pong ginagawang collection other than those mentions, then that is against the law, against 5546, which is happening right now in so many public elementary high school. And marami pong lumabas na mga department order, and I can mention a few of them, na they're trying to circumvent the law para lamang matuloy yung gusto nila mangyari ng eskwelahan na kumolekta. Ang point ko lamang po dito, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam, mag-implement na tayo ng policy. Meron tayong law, then dapat it's up to the executive para ma-implement itong law. Because the last time I was informed na gumawa ako ng batas para ma-implement na raw, mag-implement ng batas. Nagagawin ko, I don't have to because meron na palang dalawang batas, Your Honor.
Yes. Your Honor, Mr. President, His Honor is correct in his paraphrasing or delivering the provisions of RA 5546 kung saan ho, and I will just read it, no, para clear,
Yes,
maintindihan din ng mga kasamahan natin yung issue po na malapit po sa puso ng ating kasamahan. The Section 1 of RA 5546 states, the sale of tickets and or the collection of contributions in any form whatsoever by any person for any project or purpose, whether voluntary or otherwise, from school children, students and teachers of public and private schools, colleges, and universities is hereby prohibited. Tama po, sir, no? Yan, Mr. President, yan po ang tinutukoy ng ating kasamahan. Tama po. Tama ho ba?
I agree.
Yes, okay. So, nung ako ho ay nakikipagdiskusyon sa DepEd, aware po sila dito na bawal talaga ang collections of contributions in any form from school children, students, and teachers. And that is why in their Department Order number 49 series of 2022, known as the Promotion of Professionalism in the Implementation and Delivery of Basic Education Programs and Services, prohibits DepEd officials and employees from seeking contributions, support, solicitation of any kind or any kind of intervention from non-DepEd entities. It goes on to say, likewise, the department implements a no-fee collection policy wherein no fees shall be collected from learners in kindergarten up to grade 4, while fees on certain memberships may be collected from learners in grade 5 and above, strictly on a voluntary basis, e.g. Boys and Girl Scouts, Philippine National Red Cross, parent-teachers associations. So ito po yata, sir, ang implementing order na hinahanap nyo, Mr. President. Is His Honor, do I respond to His Honor's question by pointing out this DepEd order number 49?
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. Pero can a department order supersedes a Republic Act?
Mr. President, in my humble legal opinion, this department order is consistent with the law. But I am very open to hear His Honor's concerns kung meron dito sa department order na inconsistent. Kasi isa po ako sa naniniwala na hindi talaga dapat nagsusupersede ang
Correct.
isang department order. We are one with that. And
Thank you.
I let the record show that the minority floor leader is nodding his head because for more than a decade, magkakasama kami always reviewing this department orders. Hindi ho tayo
Okay.
nagtotolerate na nag-e-exceed.
Exactly.
So, nagkakaisa po tayo dyan, Mr. President.
Pero dito po sa RA 5546, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam, totally pinagbabawal ang any form of collections, voluntary or otherwise, except Red Cross, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and then donors for the support of Barrio High School. And I have a definition of Barrio High School with me. Never did this RA mention about PTA.
Yes, Your Honor. We noted that the mention of PTA is now in that department order. Upon further review and discussion with the DepEd, we are now looking at the entirety of RA 5546, wherein it states Yes. Thank you. Mr. President, when we look at RA 5546, Section 1, and I will read it again, the sale of tickets and/or the collection of contributions in any form whatsoever by any person for any project or purpose, whether voluntary or otherwise, from 1, school children, 2, students, and 3, teachers are hereby prohibited. So in the case of the PTA, Your Honor, what has been the policy of DepEd since 1969, just to be clear, it is not the policy of this administration alone, but since 1969, minana nila ang policy, is that there is a total ban on collection from the children, the school children, the students, and other teachers. But they recognize PTA as a separate entity that on their own have their own rules and guidelines and may on their own come up with fundraisings that are voluntary in nature.
Fundraisings. Okay.
Well,
Can you-
just to be clear, Your Honor,
Okay.
that is my own choice of words,
That's
Mr.
your own choice of
President,
words.
yung fundraising. No? I
Okay.
use it generically po,
Madam,
Mr. President.
meron ba diyang batas na kung saan, batas tayo, dinidefine ang meaning and function ng PTA? Alam niyo po ba yun?
Dito
na meron?
sa RA 5546, wala hong banggit
Wala.
ng PTA.
Tama. Wala
Pero
po.
I will ask DepEd if there are
No,
any
don't
other...
ask DepEd. Ako
you
pong
don't
bahala.
need to know. Okay.
Ako nang bahala.
Yes, Mr. President.
PD 603, December 10, 1974, dinefine ang meaning ng PTA. At nowhere here na nagsasabi ang PTA pwedeng mangolekta. Ang sinasabi rito, ang PTA isang programa, samahan, na para tulungan ng mga estudyante sa kanilang academic performance. Kung ano mga problema ng estudyante, anong problema ng mga magulang at teachers tungkol sa estudyante to enhance their participation sa eskwelahan, yun po yung purpose. Look at PD 603, ma'am. I'll give you a minute. PD 603, December 10, 1974. It is a forum being provided by the law para yung mga magulang at ng mga estudyante at guro ay magkaroon ng pagkakataon mapag-usapan yung welfare ng mga estudyante. Yung pong pinakabuod. Never doon sa PD na yan did mention na pwedeng mangolekta ang PTA ng contribution o collection para sa mga proyekto ng anumang mga proyekto sa isang eskwelahan.
Yes. Mr. President, I will respond to his Honor's observation on the definition of PTA. Umpisahan ko po kung ano tong PD 603, no? This is the Child and Welfare Code. Familiar po tayo dyan. It's basically a law that governs, is meant to protect children. And Section 77, Section 77, just to be clear, malawak ho itong batas na ito kasi ito din ho ang naging foundation ng Foster Care Act na naging basis ng mga amendments natin on foster care law. So it's a very general law, quite detailed, no, in various ways of protecting children. So there is a section on home and school, Chapter 2 po ito. And Article 77, as His Honor correctly points out, mentions Parent-Teachers Association. It states every elementary and secondary school shall organize a Parent-Teacher Association for the purpose of providing a forum for the discussion of problems and their solutions relating to the total school program and for ensuring the full cooperation of parents in the efficient implementation of such programs. All parents who have children enrolled in a school are encouraged to be active members of its PTA and to comply with whatever obligation and responsibility such membership entails. Parent-teacher associations all over the country shall aid the municipal and the local authorities and school officials in the enforcement of juvenile delinquent control measures and in the implementation of programs and activities to promote child welfare. Mr. President, in response to His Honor's concern or conclusion that the Parent-Teachers Association do not have the authority to collect. Tama ho, no, sir? Mr. President, that is the question, no? That the Parent-Teacher Association, by definition here in PD 603, do not have the authority to collect. That is the question,
Let me
correct?
rephrase what I said. Mr. President, Your Honor, I want a clear definition in our law that states that the PTA is allowed to collect contributions, voluntary or otherwise. Saan po sa ating konstitusyon, saan po sa ating batas. Yun po gusto ko para maging malinaw po sa atin lahat.
Yes,
Dapat po
understood.
nandito, meron po ba? In fact, ang nakita ko lamang pong definition ng PTA, which is, sabi mo, very vague, general, is PD 603, pinakamalapit. However, dito sa PD 603, hindi po sinasabi na ang PTA ay binuo para mangolekta sa mga estudyante ang mga eskwelahan. Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam.
Mr. President, I just needed to confer with DepEd if tama po ang intindi ko. So in Article 77 of PD 603, which I had just read into the record, as I said, it states there that Um, that every elementary school shall organize ito nga hong PTA relating to the total school program to ensure full cooperation of parents in the efficient implementation of such programs. To address, they are meant to create a forum to address the problems and the solutions. So the practice of DepEd has been to support to allow the PTA to follow the mandate of Article 77, and if they need to raise funds to be able to address these problems and solutions, including the implementation of the programs, then they are governed by their own guidelines in implementing those
I'm
programs,
sorry, Mr.
including at tapusin ko lang po,
Sige po.
including yung fundraising. Yan po ang naging practice ng DepEd since 1969 po.
Practice is different from what the law says. You can practice anything you want. Pwede mag-practice ang DepEd. Lahat ng klaseng practice na gusto nila. Pero dapat nandoon sa batas. Pero kung wala sa batas yan, then yung practice na yon ay labag sa batas.
There is actually, Mr. President, no
sandali po.
prohibition.
Sinabi mo kasi, Madam, fundraising. So pwede mag-fundraising ang DepEd. It's been a practice through the DepEd, magkakaroon silang fundraising under PD 603. Pero, Mr. President, Your Honor, sa PD 603, wala talaga ako makita rito, kahit na letter by letter, tinitingnan ko, wala talaga nagsabi rito na pwede mag-fundraising, na pwedeng humingi ng contribution, humingi ng tinatawag na voluntary contribution. Wala talaga. So it seems to me na yung DepEd ay gumagawa-gawa ng sarili nila ng guidelines sa isang batas. Gumagawa sila ng sarili nilang IRR.
Mr. President, I'll go back to what the Republic Act states. It prohibits collection and contribution from students. And so the policy of DepEd has been to allow the PTAs to follow their own guidelines wherein contributions among the parents are allowed. So
Okay.
to be clear, just to be clear, Mr. President, importante po na maliwanag yung pagsagot ko sa napakamahalagang tanong ng ating kasamahan. Bawal talaga ang pagkolekta sa estudyante, and that is being honored by DepEd. In other words, hindi pwedeng maglabas ang DepEd, ang principal, ang teacher ng request or request for contribution na ibinibigay sa estudyante. Bawal po talaga yon.
Bawal. So
But,
kung bawal po, bakit po
Correct.
nangongolekta pa rin sila sa mga estudyante, especially po sa mga
Mr.
hirap?
President, I would like to clarify, never po sila nangongolekta sa estudyante. Wala po silang collection sa estudyante. Ang meron, so
I'm
that
sorry,
we can
I beg to
identify
disagree.
the issue.
I
The issue
beg to disagree, ma'am. Ito po, lahat ng mga nagsumbong sa akin.
Sir, the
These are
issue,
the
I don't
These
think,
are the list of parents na nagsumbong sa akin, iba't ibang eskwelahan sa buong Pilipinas, na kung saan sila po ay sapilitang kinukolektahan ng mga electric fan at kung ano pang mga gamit sa eskwelahan, na meron man pong budget sa MOE ang DepEd for those things.
yes. Mr. President, first of all, may I request that that list is
Yes,
submitted
I'll be
so
more than
that
happy to
we
give it to
can
you.
give it to DepEd kasi I believe they have committed in the hearing pa lang na any violation po, iimbestigahan naman po nila. They made that commitment po. The only item left for the discussion on the floor right now is yung authority mismo ng PTA. So any direct contribution o collection sa estudyante, talaga hong iimbestigahan nila. So tama, ang pagkaintindi ko, Mr. President, sa issue is, so si PTA ba pwedeng mangolekta? And ang sinasabi po sa atin ng DepEd, the policy since 1969 has been to recognize the PTA's authority to decide among themselves. They have their own rules, they have their own guidelines to do their fundraising, that is a generic term that I'm using, among the parents. Hindi to sa bata, hindi apektado yung pagpasok ng bata, hindi apektado ang grade ng bata. Bakit ginagawa ng parents yon? Kasi kulang ang pondo. Yung sinabi ng ating kasamahan na nasa MOOE yan, meron yan pambili ng electric fan, idagdag ko na rin doon, ano yung mga kakulangan, di ba? Yung pagpaganda ng garden, driveway, entrance, kung ano pa man. Lahat naman po yan nilalagyan ng MOOE. Pero if I may call the attention of our chairman, talaga naman wala na ho tayo, nagbibigay ho tayo ng maraming pondo, but hindi ho talaga nakokompleto, no? In fact, ako na magsasabi, because baka may magtanong, yung mga repairs, no? Pagpalagay mo ng may electric fan dun sa loob ng classroom, o di kaya yung picture na pinakita ni Senator Bongo, medyo bumagsak yung kisame. Lahat po yun falls under repairs of basic facilities. Pero natanggalan po yan ng pondo, na ilipat po sa ibang pondo yan, hindi ho ng Senado. So may mga issue pong ganyan. I think I want to assure our colleague that hanggat makakaya, sinusuportahan ng ating chairman yung ating recommendation to increase the MOOE. So that basic principle, I think everyone in the Senate supports His Honor, na mapondohan sana ng lahat na yan. So, remaining na lang po yan, kung ano ho, hanggang saan ang kakayahan ng PTA to among themselves decide to fundraise parent to parent. I cannot add to my answer kasi yan po ang policy. Hindi ko naman ho kayo bobolahin, Mr. President, na iba yung policy. Yan po ang policy na ginagamit po nila. So kung may recommendations, suggestions ang ating kasamahan, this representation is happy to relay at nandito naman ang DepEd para pakinggan ang mga suggestion ng ating kasamahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good sponsor, Honorable Congresswoman Pia Cayetano, Senator Pia Cayetano, sorry. Thank you. Pero gusto ko lang pong balikan, Mr. President, Your Honor, yung sinabi mo, it's been a long time practice. Tama?
Policy po.
Policy, okay, sige. I stand corrected. It's been a long time policy na pinapractice sa DepEd for so many years na ilan sa atin hindi pa pinapanganak dito. Of course, ako pinanganak na ako dyan. Pero dapat a policy should be dictated by the law. So is there a law na kung saan sinasang-ayunan ng policy na sinasabi nyo matagal nang pinapractice ng mga taga-DepEd? Dapat lahat ng mga bagay na ginagawa sa ating mga eskwelahan, lalo sa DepEd, na who's receiving lots and lots of budget by the billions, dapat nandoon nakasaad sa batas. Hindi pwede po silang gagawa-gawa ng sarili ng policy na wala po sa batas. Dapat lahat po ng polisiya nandoon po.
Mr. President, may I respond to that statement? Mr. President, as I said, no, kaya ho ako nag-abalang ipaliwanag na ang PD 603 is a very broad law intended to protect the rights of children. Kaya nga po Child and Youth Welfare Code ang pangalan nito. And there is just one chapter on home and school, which is only 2 articles. So, dito po sa articles na to, at binasa ko naman on record, yung pag-create ho ng PTA, wala na hong detalye yon. The fact, Mr. President, that there is no prohibition, that there is no provision that specifically or expressly prohibits the PTA from engaging in certain acts to pursue their mandate.
Yes, there is.
Mr. President, if I may just continue. My statement is, the fact that there is no provision that expressly prohibits the PTA from pursuing their mandate is in itself an accepted principle that there is no violation. It is a rule of statutory construction that what is not expressly or impliedly prohibited by law may be done. So yan ho ang ating statutory constructions when it comes to prohibited acts. So pag sinabi po natin bawal ito, then we need to produce that law that prohibits it. And so we do have yung dalawang RA na binanggit naman ng ating kasamahan. Meron nga hong RA na nagbabawal.
Yes.
But that is why I have been repeatedly explaining that since 1969, ang implementation ng ating DepEd dito, they believe that they have been implementing this in the true spirit of the law na nagsasabing bawal mangolekta sa bata. They cannot collect contributions from school, children, students, and teachers. Yun ho ang specific wording of the law.
Exactly. Sige, pagbigyan ko po, I yield my floor to
Mr.
the
President,
minority
Yes,
leader.
Minority Floor Leader.
thank you. With the permission of my colleagues. The good sponsor mentioned statutory construction, which I used to teach in law school. We have to harmonize, and I'm thankful for the discussion. At least we brought out the RA 5546, and then Article 77 of the Child and Youth Welfare Code. Kung makikita po natin, yung RA, bawal mangolekta sa bata. Okay. Actually, sino kinokolektahan mo kung nangongolekta ka sa bata of elementary school age? Hindi ba magulang din? So if you look at the spirit of the law, bawal mangolekta sa bata at sa kanyang magulang. Ang proviso sa dulo, kung out of the goodness of the heart of the parent, willingly, without any prompting or solicitation, magdodonate siya sa school, hindi bawal yun. Okay. And then, if you look at Article 77, shall organize the PTA, in-enumerate ngayon yung purpose ng PTA. Wala po dun because it should solicit funds to financially help the school. Wala rin po dun sa Article 77 yun. So if we harmonize the two provisions, not only looking at the letter, but also looking at the spirit, I would tend to agree with the point of our interpellator, Senator Tulfo, na bawal. And if there is a department order na may interpret na pwede for the PTA to prompt or solicit or to ask contributions from the parents, let's review this department order because in my humble opinion, it violates the law, Mr. President. So thank you for the time, sir.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, may we recognize, Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Temp for her interjection? With the
I
indulgence.
distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I humbly suggest that since the GAA is the most important piece of legislation, it may be applicable only for the next 12 months, however, but you can keep on making it a special or a general provision. If it is the advocacy of the good gentleman, the interpellator, and if the vice chair and the chair would agree, then perhaps a draft of a special provision to reiterate an old law or a policy that may be general but may apply to that may be reiterated in a special provision for the DepEd budget to use a better word, prohibit, not encourage, no forced contribution when applicable, when reasonable. I leave it to you how to draft it. If, based on the conversations, discussions I've been hearing, while it is a very important thing, and there are many other issues in the education sector, perhaps the way forward for the solution would be a special provision, if the chair and the vice chair would agree. That would refer to policies, department orders, and the old law from the 1970s, which I heard. So that's my humble suggestion, Mr. President. How that provision will sound, will be drafted, I leave it to the body. But it may prohibit or not, at least not encourage the contribution, especially from the poor families. Libre na nga ang matrikula, pero kung yung hinihingi ng contribution ay higit pa sa libreng matrikula, kawawa rin naman. So pwede natin gawin parte yan ng ating batas na ginagawa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Lauren Legarda. In fact, if I may quote Yusek Poa, sabi niya nung last hearing, doon naman po sa overall efforts, as you know, school-based feeding program is actually one of the ways na hindi napapansin, pero ito po yung ways to prevent yung ating mga dropouts, unquote. And I agree. And that's very commending. Pero it defeats the purpose na para hindi po magkaroon ng dropout, para ma-entice yung mga magulang na mga mahirap, na mga estudyante, mga mahirap na magulang na may mga estudyante, na papasukin sa eskwelahan ng kanilang mga estudyante dahil wala nang makain sa bahay. Di ba? Para naman mabusog pagdating sa eskwelahan. Pero pagdating naman sa eskwelahan, kokolektahan mo ng kung ano-ano. Then, yung iba pa nga sa kanila, yung mga sumbong sa akin, Sir, naglalakad na nga lang po ako, 2 kilometro, kasama pong aking tito, wala po akong pampamasahe. Pudpud na nga po yung aking tsinela, sapatos. Pagdating doon sa school, ine-expect kami po ay magbigay ng para sa electric fan. Ito pa po, para sa kalaman ng marami. Kuminsan, pinapahiya pa po yung mga estudyante. Nagkakaroon po ng group chat. Nakalista doon sa group chat, sino-sino yung mga nagbigay at sino-sino pa hindi nakapagbigay. So yung mga hindi nakapagbigay, peer pressure, it's either gagawa ng remedyo para makapagbigay, masama sa listahan, matanggap ng grupo, or hindi na lang papasok kasi napapahiya sila, magda-drop out na lang. Sayang yung feeding program. So what I'm trying to say here, Mr. President, napakasimple lang naman eh. Okay lang may PTA. In fact, wala akong wala akong against it sa PTA. Use it properly. Dapat yan, talagang nababantayan ng DepEd. Dapat yung PTA, gamitin lamang yan para pag-usapan po yung pong mga problema ng mga estudyante at mga guro para tingnan at i-monitor yung mga activities ng mga estudyante, yung kanilang academic performance. And this is the truth. Your Honors, siguro meron kang estudyante sa public school, may anak ka ba? Maybe wala. Or maybe may staff ka na nag-aaral sa public school because marami akong staff nag-aaral sa public school here in the Senate saka sa RTIA at lahat sila nagsasabi na talagang pinipilit yung kanilang mga estudyante magbigay sa kontribusyon. Pag hindi ka nag-contribute, anong consequence? Hindi ka na maging paborito ng teacher. Ikaw ay pwedeng maiwan, ikaw ay mag-scrub ng sahig. Ikaw ang mag-erase ng mga nakasulat sa blackboard. Marami pa pagawa sa iyo. Pero kung ikaw nag-contribute, go home ka na, maganda pa ang grades mo. Yan po ang madalas na mangyari sa iba't ibang mga eskwelahan. At yan po ay documented. At yan po in-interview ko po lahat ng mga staff ko na may mga estudyante sa public school na nire-require po talaga sa PTA pa lamang, binoboto na agad kung ano yung mga pwedeng ma-contribute, anong pwedeng may ayos sa eskwelahan. Just imagine, Mr. President, Your Honor, every single year, kailangan mag-contribute ang mga estudyante para sa electric fan. Kung ipon-ipunin natin yung contribution sa electric fan every year, siguro baka marami ng warehouse ng electric fan dyan sa DepEd, kung saan ba dinadala yung electric fan. My question also, Mr. President, Your Honor, di ba meron pong MOOE para dyan sa electric fan na yan? Ba't kinakailangan pa pagbayarin yung mga estudyante sa electric fan, sa jobos, sa pintura, sa bond paper, maging sa, ito pa po, sweldo sa security guard, sweldo sa janitor, pati ba naman sa kuryente. And I understand, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam, meron po tinatawag na Special Educational Fund ang LGU. In fact, ang LGU nagbibigay din ng pera sa DepEd, Mr. President. Sana pupunta yung SEF. Now, my question is, maari siguro ang problema hindi nakakarating sa mga eskwelahan ang MOOE. Saan na pupunta yung MOOE? Kailangan siguro i-audit natin yung MOOE. Yan po ba ay nakakarating ng tama o baka naman nakakarating sa mga eskwelahan pero hanggang sa principal lang? Kaya may mga balita, si principal, magaganda ang mga bahay, magaganda ang mga sasakyan, pero sila teacher, kawawa. So si teacher gagawa ng remedyo at yun na nga, maningil sa mga estudyante. Kaya nga po, sabi pa nga ng mga nakakausap ko po, doon sa mga listahan, I think we interviewed more than 100. Sabi, kaya nga po kami pumunta sa public school dahil wala po kami pambayad sa private school. Sila po ay mga tricycle driver, pedicab driver, labandera, kasambahay, factory worker, na mga underpaid, na maliliit lamang sweldo. Salamat nga, sinabi ni Secretary Yusek Poa, and I commend you for saying that, yung programa nyo yan, na merong feeding program para hindi na po tumaas pa yung cases ng dropout para ma-entice yung mga magulang na papuntahin sa eskwela ng kanilang mga estudyante dahil meron ng pagkain. Gutom kasi sila, kaya hindi sila pumapasok, pero kung bigyan mo ng pagkain, papasok na sila. However, pagdating naman sa school, yung libreng pagkain, parang siningil mo lang dahil pagbabayarin mo para sa kung ano ng contribution.
Sir, ano po yung tanong nyo?
I'm just making a statement, Mr. President, Your Honor, kung ano po yung sentimiento ng mga pumunta sa akin, mga magulang, libo na po, sinasabi po sa akin. So what I'm saying is, we have to stop this wrong policy na kung saan nagbabiolate ng law ang kung ano-ano pong department order na ipinapalabas po ng DepEd para lamang pipilitin na makakolekta sa mga estudyante. Sabi pa nga ni Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, pag kinolekta mo estudyante, wala naman pera yung mga estudyante, parang sino kinukolektahan mo talaga? In essence, yung mga magulang. So, for me, change that policy, wag na ho tayo mangkolekta, zero collection na talaga, voluntary or otherwise, tulad na nakalagay sa batas. Okay? Except for Red Cross, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and Barrio High School. Let's stick to what the law says. Stop na natin yan. Wag na ho tayo magpalabas ng mga department order para we try to circumvent the law para makakolekta. Tuloy, ang duda nito mga magulang, baka siguro gusto nilang magpalabas ng kung ano mga department order para makakolekta sapagkat gusto nilang yung MOE hindi na makarating sa mga eskwelahan. Now, may I add, Mr. President, Your Honor, kung sasabihin nyo lang sa akin ngayon na kayo po ay mag-issue ng department order telling all schools under DepEd, let's stick to 5546, period. And I will sit down. Otherwise, kapag hindi, magpipilit kayo, abutin tayo dito hanggang madaling araw. And I will not stop because I know I'm right.
Mr. President, just a short response. The policy of DepEd is very clear. They have a no toleration policy on the collection from students. So, itong huling mga nabanggit ng ating kasamahan na yung mga estudyante, nagko-collect, paulit-ulit din na sinasabi sa akin ni Vice President, DepEd Secretary na no, they will not tolerate that and they commit to investigate that.
Thank you.
So clear po tayo dyan. On that note, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Session suspended for 1 minute.